competitions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All are welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
That's ball.
Catch, throw, try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and Now 365, amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords' final day of this county championship match in Division 2, the live stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. Middlesex taking on Durham, and a game which still in the first innings of this one. Durham batting a lead of just over 100 now after a pretty tight 3 days between both sides. A bit of toing and froing on both ways, really, from 6 down at stumps on day one, Middlesex, and then Durham going pretty well for the most part, stalled at one point yesterday and slowed in particular in the run rates. I'm Kevin Hands. Alan Coleman is alongside me, Director of Cricket at Middlesex. And, well, first thing this morning is the overheads. It's heavily overcast this morning. The floodlights are on. Couple of wickets still standing, 100 ahead. Overall, at this stage, we're still in the first innings. Probably the agreement of a lot who've watched the game is that 2 drop catches in the first innings and 2 drop catches in this innings. We might have been a lot further ahead in this game by now.
Yeah, most certainly true. Story of drop catches, as we said, both highest run scorers for each team in each innings have been dropped at quite crucial times in an array of easy and difficult chances, and that really has dictated the course of the game as we've played and the pace at which the game has been played. It's been a good surface for batting here. It'll be interesting to see slightly different morning conditions than we've experienced over the last few mornings. It'll be interesting to see what impact those overhead conditions do have on the game this morning as Middlesex start their bowling innings.
Fast start with Durham with the bat in their innings, but the story yesterday for Middlesex was mainly slowing them down, and that's exactly what they did. That run rate is as close to as slow as it's been in the innings. I think it might have just touched 3.79 at one point yesterday, but it's been kept particularly low, and it was up at 4.6 at the start. So that really has been, again, the story of how yesterday played out.
It has been. Middlesex will be disappointed with the bowling performance at the end of day 2. Seems a long time ago that now, doesn't it? But allowed Durham to get off to a bit of a flyer in those 32 overs that were bowled the end of through the afternoon and evening of Saturday. Yesterday, very good surface for batting, not much in it through the air or off the surface for the bowlers, but Middlesex more disciplined yesterday. Some very good batting performances though throughout that Durham innings, as we saw hundreds for Gay and Beddingham, and then 99 for Casey Aldridge. Higgins starting up for Middlesex from the pavilion end.
Yeah, 2 wickets standing, 5:30 for 8. It's an odd one. It was an odd feeling yesterday afternoon watching it, because it felt like it was day 2. It didn't feel like it was a game that was dragging when we were in the 3rd day, but we were so far advanced in terms of the days, the number of sessions there had been. But the game still in its first innings, but it didn't feel like that kind of game though. I guess it just would have been a good 5-day game as the top and the bottom of it.
Yeah, I think the 5-day kind of analogy is actually a good one, really, and I thought this over the last couple of days. This is probably pretty similar to what you might see on a test match pitch here, where you would be entering day 4, there would still be another day tomorrow, and this would be well set for a test match, and the pitch is pretty similar perhaps to what England will see when they play New Zealand here in early June.
What it does mean, the reality of it is Middlesex just need to mind their work today. The conditions are there overhead. This ball's, what, 57 overs old now? It's a gloomy one. There's rain potentially around this morning, only a sprinkle of it. A shower, 50-50 chance of a shower 4 or 5 o'clock this evening as well. But the floodlights are on, and these are the worst conditions of the match by far. What has mostly been sunny overhead.
Well fielded by Sam Robson, back on the field there at mid-wicket. Obviously spent a bit of time off the field yesterday. Robson, after that little blow that he took, you can see a bit of strapping on his right thumb there, just behind his back. It's very close in at gully when he just got an external blow. But back out on the field this morning.
Nicely pushed through. First run of the final day.
I think it's going to be an interesting morning of cricket, as it has been all the way through this game. There are 4 sort of variables here for Middlesex to keep their eyes on, as you said, about them being watchful with their work. Obviously got the time in the day, knowing that the game can be called at sort of, well, 4:50 in theory. The game can be called at if there's no result possible. You've also got the overs as well. 96 going to be played today, potentially 94 should Middlesex bowl Durham out here during this first session.
Robson kept away from the catching position, slick gully where he is and was indeed when he picked up that injury. 137 bowled, 5-3, 2 for 8.
As you say, just on those other things that Middlesex will need to be watchful of. You've got that lead at the moment, which sits at 102, and when Middlesex bat, they'll need to churn into that. And then the 4th, as you said this morning already, Kev, is the overhead conditions, and that the floodlights are on today, so it is a bit gloomier. And these conditions at Lord's generally align to a little bit more movement through the air.
We saw how Kemar Roach swung that ball from the word go on morning 1 out of the match for Luke Robinson in as a replacement for him due to a hamstring injury. Seb Morgan got a little bit of movement with the first ball for Middlesex in this innings towards the end, a little bit of reverse, but it didn't do much throughout the 80 overs. This second one has done more, but it has been a case of catch-up for Middlesex in this innings. And yeah, just how it goes under the cloudy sky later for Durham at some stage will be certainly something everybody will watch with great interest at that point. Day 3 is moving day, but as such it's kind of 3rd innings is moving day, isn't it? And that is what Middlesex do need to be careful of today and be mindful of.
It is, and whenever this Durham innings does finish, there is a period obviously with a new ball that you assume the man at the non-striker's end Potts will take with Ben Rain, and there'll be some tricky periods for the Middlesex batting lineup to negotiate.
No, had to get going. Ooh. Ha! He was gone.
I think he was gone. So I don't think that throw was perhaps as close as it looked on our screen, on our view there from our static angle. I think Roland Jones backing up did have to move to his right a little bit, so you'd assume that he was in line with where the stumps were.
Durham's mindset here is rack them up as big as they can. Get as many runs. I was pondering last night why they didn't pull out and have a couple of overs at Robson and De Carey's if Robson was harbouring an injury, but Middlesex would or wouldn't have wanted to, well I said wouldn't have wanted to what extent would they not have wanted to go out last night or instead reply to 100, perhaps even the best part of 140 this morning. But clearly the Durham mindset is exactly that, go as big as possible and get as far ahead as possible and hope that the weight of the scoreboard as opposed to the time remaining in the game plays its part in the Middlesex innings.
We've played the best part of 270 odd overs here. Middlesex batted for 141 overs. We're in the 138th here of the Durham innings, so 279 overs this game. We've seen 18 wickets, which suggests the type of surface that we've been watching this game on. Favourable for batting. Thought of a quick single there.
An unnecessary dive in the end.
Unnecessary dive in. Deploy held on to the ball. Potts has thrown himself on the surface. .534 for 8 Durham. 138 overs gone.
May Day bank holiday. Might just top the crowd up. May the 4th. Just saying it's May the 4th.
I'm not a sci-fi fan.
It's not sci-fi. It's religion. Happy Star Wars Day, everyone.
So I nearly said Star Trek there.
He'd definitely be Han Solo, wouldn't he? The gunslinger, Ryan Higgins.
So that man on screen there having a good game. He's obviously made 131 in the first innings on 4 wickets now. He'll be hoping for his 5th.
Leg side and fine of the long leg, 4 more.
Yeah, just drifting straight from Higgins there into the pads. Clipped away by Parkinson, very, very fine. Runs away for 4. Seb Morgan not able to cut it off. That'll be the disappointment there for Middlesex. The field is set relatively deep, so content to a degree for Durham to pick off some singles, but the boundaries are really something that Middlesex will be looking to restrict as much as possible here, just to stop Durham's lead extending too far. Pushed out to go hard off the back foot there from Parkinson. Short ball, the ball before from Higgins. Single to take Durham to 540.
Is the snooker still going on today?
It is. Dramatic day at the Crucible yesterday for those following, as I have been.
Brought all your snooker puns this morning to rival the Star Wars ones?
No, I think I'll give everyone a bit of a break from the snooker puns.
Producer Dan has not got that whatsoever. Well done, Coley. Over the top. 4 more.
Yeah, banged in again from Higgins. Middlesex have set a bit of a leg side trap here. 6 fielders on the leg side, but nobody at deep mid wicket. That's flown into that vacant space there. 4 runs for Potts. Statement of intent, I think, here for Durham. 10 off this Higgins over so far.
Yeah, part of the game within the game right now is slow them up again. There's a deep square set back that you can't see there as well. Oh, he's gone too fine with that one. And punished.
Delivery full of frustration there from Higgins. Short ball used a couple of times here, but that's a big miss in terms of line. Just means that Potts can swivel on that one. Just help it fine past Cracknell for 4 runs. 14 coming from that Higgins over. Durham's lead up to 118 now, 548 for 8.
£50 partnership up for these two as well. Potts dominating it. 29 from 27, a good lick again. That's what's just pushing that run rate up from where it had gone down to 3.7, 3.79, whatever it was. Just ticking up again now. Got big on him.
He just clipped into the leg side there for Parkinson for a single. Yeah, a little bit of bounce there, just catches the outside edge. And talk about the game within the game, Kev. If Durham weren't scoring, Middlesex would be happy to rattle through some overs here. Just take those out of the game. But as Durham are scoring here, and Middlesex's over 8 is +2. You see Captain Duploy here just taking his time. They took the time to set the field to Parkinson, taking a bit more time here. Sticking with it though, just one slip and a gully in place. Long leg, deep square leg and deep cover the fielders on the boundary.
Opening up again. It's clearing that front leg, but just a single. Still trying to phone a friend after yesterday's football result. That's dragged through. Square of the wicket, 4 more.
And he's just taken across the line here from Parkinson. Geddes at short leg, just evading that one. Should just see a field change here for Middlesex. Fielder's been set slightly deeper for Potts than it has for Parkinson, but now fielder's back. Still looks a very good batting surface this, even under these floodlights with this older ball.
Lifted over mid-arm. Just shaped back into him. It was dragged again into the onside, but it's well struck.
Balls full of delivery here from Morgan. Parkinson just happy to throw his hands through that ball. Roland Jones is in, saving the single. Just gets enough bat on it to clear Roland Jones and run away for 4 runs.
28 the lead now, so 92 overs remaining in the game, you'd imagine. There will be a declaration if they aren't bowled out, so lose a couple for the change of innings. Big consideration will be though the light later in the day.
Just wonder if, I don't know, but I just wonder if Durham have got a figure of about 150 lead in their head here. And they might be able to get the balance, as you say. 92 overs remaining. You assume there'll be either a bowl out or a declaration during the session, so you would lose 2 overs. As it stands at the moment, that would mean that Durham would get a second new ball 9 overs from the end of the day. So that may be in their heads as well here. Maybe looking at 2 or 3 more overs, try and chip away another 20 runs or so. And it would also mean that for the last maybe 5-6 overs of the day, they might have a second new ball should the game still be going at that stage.
Just goes down the leg side again. Will be cut off on this occasion by Morgan. Taken 2.
Higgins clearly looking to bowl straight here to Potts. 5 fielders posted on the leg side. 4 of those are out on the boundary. The only solitary fielder, say in the ring if it was a one-day game, is Sam Robson at mid-wicket. So Higgins definitely looking to bowl straight to Potts to the bigger side.
Oh. It was a big swing, and for a moment I did start to look to see where the ball was, but looking at the camera first and foremost, it then reappeared going through to the gloves of Cracknell.
It was a full-blooded swing by Potts there, trying to hit the ball up towards the pavilion. It'd have either gone very far or very high if he'd have hit it. Slightly more conventional dot ball into extra cover.
Was there an inside edge? Really came sharply back in. We've seen a few dart down the leg side.
Yeah, a bit of inside edge here, I think, for Potts. And just nibbling back down the slope at him. Catches him on the back thigh. Bit of an appeal. Was given as a leg bias, so no inside edge. Better for a hit from Higgins there, be much happier in there. Still got a short ball to use. Wonder if he'll complete his over here just with a short ball to Parkinson. Three fielders set back on the leg side.
.561 for 8. Reasonable crowd sprinkled in today. A game which still has a fair bit of cricket to play in it. Middlesex do need to be careful, just mind their work when they come out to bat at whatever stage it is. To bat out the day and take the draw. It's one of those natural flows of the season where both the first innings come to something of a stalemate at a certain stage. And then on the final day, pressure therein lies that only one side can win it, so that puts a lot of pressure on the other side, so they just need to be careful today. Middlesex, so those that have come in, will expect that for a fair chunk, if not all of it, it will be a test for Middlesex. A game where both sides at this stage, if you were to say right now, you know that this one's going to be a draw, it will be a match where both sides walk away and look at 2 drop chances each.
Robson went on to get 87 in the first innings, having been dropped. And then Higgins went on to get 131. Okay, 129 after being dropped by Robson himself. And betting on 147, he was dropped by Cracknell. Midway through his innings, or early on, just before he got to 50. And those drops have all proved costly.
Swung away and swung into the gap between those two fielders. 4 more.
Quite enough fielders for Potts at the moment. Young Morgan. Ball wider outside the off stump, but dragged towards the short side. Pierces the gap between Robson and Geddes, who are out on the boundary, patrolling for Middlesex.
Open face, sliced wide of deploy at mid-off. Geddes is at cover, straight of him. Just the single. Between the batters over to Parkinson, who certainly played his part, 28 from 45.
Just saw that ball outside of stump. You do wonder if that could be a plan that Morgan looks to execute here, to Potts especially, and see how a full swing of the bat and a thicker inside edge can run away for 4 to the leg side. So do wonder whether Morgan and Captain Deploy, senior bowler Roland Jones, will be considering. Let's go for a 6-3 offside field or 7-2 offside field and bowl slightly wider outside the off stump, just restrict where Durham can score in this little period.
Wide Yorker again, and gone, surely. Yep, the finger goes up. Big risk and an unnecessary one, you feel, there from Potts, but maybe time is the equation for these batters as well, and he thought he wanted the strike back.
Yeah, an indication of how close this declaration is, I would assume. Morgan has gone for that wider plan that we spoke about. Joe Cracknell harnessing his inner 10-pin bowling skills there. Very good bit of work from the keeper.
It's another one gone. 5-6-6 for 9.
There it is. Oh, he's bowled in.
That is an absolute beauty.
He's got it.
One more to go. Oh, toothbrush in hand. Is it a mini lightsaber?
Luke Robinson on debut. Late call up to the game, as we know, injury replacement for Kemar Roach. He went down on day 1. And he will be on strike to Morgan. 5-6-6 for 9 Durham. And obviously, even if this is going to be a declaration from Durham's perspective, scoring some runs off these remaining 3 balls is a worthwhile exercise, because we know that you lose 2 overs for the changeover, and if they declared now, they'd lose 2 overs plus these 3 balls. So actually, even if the declaration comes at the end of this over, it's still worth trying to score some runs off these 3 deliveries.
Short leg in place as a gully as well. A single taken, so if this is to be the final over, then Parkinson has a couple of balls now. Up in the air. Could be the end, should be the end. Oh, Cracknell's just got to be careful of that helmet, and he is. Nearly stepped back onto it. Just gave it a little nudge with his heel, but fortunately it didn't affect his balance, it didn't affect his judgment, and that is the end of the Durham innings. 5-6-7.
Yeah, outside off again from Morgan. Big swing from Parkinson, trying to hit it into the shorter leg side. Joe Cracknell does well to evade Ben Geddes' short leg helmet there. Gives Morgan his 2nd wicket. Finishes with 2 for 96, the young seamer there. Durham 5-6-7 all out from 141.5 overs.
Yep, so Robinson ends up 1 not out. Parkinson done for 28. We'll be done for 10 minutes or so here for the change of innings. Join us back though with a bit of work to do then for Middlesex on the final day. A couple of sessions and a half to bat, at least on this one. Durham lead by 137. They're all out for 5-6-7. Live stream here at Lords, brought to you in association with Daffabet.
action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, board,
Catch, thrill, try it all.
it's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Welcome back to Lords, everyone. Sam Robson about to take to the field with Josh De Carey's for Middlesex in the third innings of the match. So first innings complete, a lead of 137 for Durham. The innings that got away from Middlesex at the start, probably to the tune of a circa 137 runs, and after that they pulled it around a bit with the ball. Managed to get control of the scoring rate, but a rapid start from Emilio Gay in particular. Betting and cashing in at times as well. But over to Durham now, under the floodlights here at Lords, under cloudy skies. And with the ball that in the Middlesex innings swung throughout, it was only really with the second new ball for Middlesex that they were able to find some movement through the air. It can happen with any given batch of balls. But there's the floodlights. There are the grey skies behind them. Likely to be on all day is a couple of threats of showers. The first one not particularly threatening. The second one around 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Maybe a bit more troublesome, but Middlesex will be keen obviously to take this as a test though. Get out there and bat through the day. Take the draw points and move on. Game where they won the toss, elected to bat first. Did get a slight helping hand with those couple of drops, but likewise offered a couple of helping hands themselves. Well, more than a couple. Bedingham dropped either side of lunch yesterday. And Gay dropped early on by Robson as well, who scored 87 in the first innings, but he'll feel he owes his side a few runs. Hopefully that finger's not hurting too much. A few painkillers, I'm sure. It was strapped up overnight and strapped up as we saw in the field this morning. But a knock in the game for Durham as well. Kemar Roach limped out the first day, which is a real shame because he looked in really good nick. Swinging the ball around corners that first morning under blue skies. What can they do under the overcast skies this morning in NW8? It's going to be Ben Rain first up from the nursery end. 3 slips. There's a deepish gully. Cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. So an orthodox 6-3 to begin. They'll be keeping those hands warm in the slips as De Carey's will have strike to begin. Leg side. Excitable from Rain and Co. Switch of ends for the umpires. It's umpire Saggers down at the nursery end now signalling the leg by. Optimistic yelp on that one as De Carey's got across to get covered up.
Warming of the vocal cords there for the Durham slip cordon. Very much moving down the leg side, that one. Brings Robson onto strike with Middlesex's first run of the innings being a leg by.
They always change first and second innings, whoever's facing. Is it always Robson faces the first ball of the first innings though, and as a result then Josh faces the first ball of the second innings?
Yeah, Robson off the mark with his first delivery. Clipped down to Robinson on the boundary there for Durham. Yes, I think dictated by Sam Robson. He generally faces the first ball of the game, or first ball of the first innings for Middlesex. And his partner will take the first ball of the second innings.
Leg side again. Full and straight to begin here. Rain. Signalled, so wasn't a little inside tickle. Fancy similarly to the first one, it was missing.
Yeah, Rain looking to get back into the right-handed De Carey's here. A little bit of an inside edge. Gives De Carey's his first run of the innings.
Sucked into that one, Robson. Short and wide. He likes that area.
So Robson trademark shot there, the cut. See his weight's just a little bit coming off that. You see where his left foot's ended up. Hasn't got as close to it as he would like. mentioned about Middlesex's openers swapping. I think there is a bit of a Sam Robson preference, that one, looking at the other games that we've seen here at Lords. Bancroft faced both first balls of Gloucestershire's innings, and Latigan faced both first balls of Worcestershire's innings, so probably dictated by Sam.
Did it begin with Mark Stoneman? Was it something the two of them first came up with, I think? Kept out. That was a much straighter one. Through without loss.
I think funny creatures at times, batters anyway, aren't they, with their superstitions and things that they do. Sam Robson always bats in his arm guard, no matter when he's batting. You know, I think that's other batters will wear an arm guard depending on the surface or the bowlers that they're likely to face. Robson will always have an arm guard on his left arm. Some will only ever bat in short sleeves or long sleeves.
I don't know if it was necessarily Stoneman that had introduced it, but I think it came in with those two. I remember it being around a conversation at that point. Whether it was Robson's idea but I'm sure between the pair of them. It was Robson's opening partner before Stoneman.
We'll have to trawl back through some scorecards, I think, and have a look. But yeah, Robson obviously opened the batting with Nick Gubbins for a period of time. Max Holden has done it. And obviously Middlesex signed Mark Stoneman, formerly of Durham, from Surrey. Stoneman had 3 years opening the batting with Sam Robson. So it has rotated. He's been through a few partners.
Before that it was Compton. Compton and Gubbins used to exchange opening and third spot. For the title year in 2016 it was Compton at 3, wasn't it, and Gubbins at the top with Robson, but I do think that was interchangeable either side of that year. And before that, Chris Rogers with Sam Robson. Might have to go with some bloke called Strauss as well.
I've just pulled up a very random sample scorecard here. 2017, Middlesex versus Hampshire, day 1 of the season. Robson faced the first ball against Hampshire. Gubbins faced the first ball of the second innings. So I think it might be a Sam Robson. Just looking back even further, first game of the season in 2013, Middlesex Nottinghamshire. Chris Rogers faced the first ball, and Chris Rogers faced the first ball of the second innings as well. So perhaps this is when Sam is the senior batter, this is his mark on the innings.
They've got me going, I'm looking back even further. Sam Robson's first class debut year.
You've just given me the answer.
I'm not trying to drop you down any rabbit hole here, but 2009, the key question is, who were Middlesex's openers in that game?
Strauss?
Yep. Punch through. Lovely shot from De Carey's, his first boundary, the first of the Middlesex second innings.
Short from Potts. Tiny bit of width as well. De Carey's just sits on the back foot there. Half cut, half punch, just in front of square. Runs away for 4 runs up to the grandstand. Middlesex 7 for 0 from 2 overs. 2009 Compo, Nick Compton. That's before he moved down to Somerset.
Yep.
Joyce, or was he gone to Sussex at that point?
Gone. Top order was Strauss, Compton, Robson at 3. He scored 43 in the first innings before he was caught Wheater off the bowling of Masters, and 23 in the second innings before he was LBW to Danish Canaria. Captain of the side in 2009.
I assume Ed Smith had gone by then?
Yep.
Because Ed Smith was 2008, wasn't he? But he was injured for a lot of that year, and Ed Joyce captained quite a bit.
So it was post the T20 win in 2008. I remember exactly where I was when I interviewed the new skipper that following season. Resplendent in his jacket he was, over in the lower tier of the then Warner. Yeah, it was press box up there. Actually, I think probably got a photo of that.
Got me this one, hold on. They might have to bear with me for a couple of deliveries.
You'll have to work backwards maybe, or well, it'd be easy, wouldn't it? Because it was Chris.
Got it. Sean Udall.
Well done. He was replaced by Neil Dexter, who was replaced by Chris Rogers. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Robson holds the pose and lines it up. But goodness me, Rains produced a peach.
Yes, I think on first look, the disappointment here for Robson will be he hasn't really got forward out of his crease to what is a good length ball, and ends up playing outside the line of his body as well. If you look at where he's made contact with that delivery, he's just had a little push at it. Feet haven't really gone anywhere, stuck on the crease. Disappointment for Middlesex's opener. Goes for 1.
These Middlesex 7 for 1 in their second innings. And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Off he goes, Robson, and here comes Max Holden, who would have been one of Robson's opening partners over the years, but settled in now at 3 and just the right spot. Well, I think opener or 3 for Max, either way it's fine, but he's been pushed back up the order, having been down at 5 or 6 for a while as he battled for a place, but a fixture now at the top, and Middlesex need him to be a fixture in this innings just to settle the start. Robson with a good 87 in the first innings. But the right-handed, left-handed now of De Carey's, and Holden will be looked to settle this down through to lunch, hour and 10 minutes. It's going to be testing though, as we've seen from Rain there. Robson, a really good knock in the first innings, but that front foot's probably the most telling story here, isn't it?
Was, yeah, just a good length ball, didn't really get forwards, and then he's trying to locate the line of the ball. Hands go outside the line of his head here, you can see just as he nicks it, tries to pull his hands away. But disappointment for Robson there. That's really a ball that he'd be looking to get down the pitch towards, get his head closer to the line of the ball. Always the threat of the ball going away from the right-handed batter. Threat coming back here to Holden. Round the wicket is Rain.
That's the perfect example of down the wicket is Max Holden. We talk a lot about his trigger movement, which will take him a long way down the track to meet the ball and negate the movement. It was almost a carbon copy of the ball that got De Carey's. In fact, I think the one that got De Carey's was tighter to off stump, wasn't it? Josh was probably in a better position to play it than Sam when he was out in the first innings to almost carbon copy of that ball. Where's third slip off to? We're going to have a leg slip in place, short leg. Off to get a helmet by the looks of it. Where's the sub? thought Durham will want to get as many overs as possible into today. 85.1 remaining, but light, as you can see, could well be an issue today. It is an issue at the moment. They're not far off at the moment for the light.
No issues for the over rate for Durham. +4 on the board for the away side here. So they do have time in terms of over rate, but you're right. You want to bowl as many overs as possible, given it is very gloomy out there, and there is a potential threat of rain later on this afternoon. Those lights are shining bright now, especially the floodlight over the top of the Warner stand, which is directly in our view of the pitch. Small flirt with that one outside the off stump from Holden. Didn't manage to find the edge. Middlesex 7 for 1 from 3 overs.
Nicely done. He's up on his toes to this one from Potts. Look to extract bounce as well as that away movement. Nicely done for the Careys, his second boundary.
Yeah, I think this delivery from Potts probably a product of the previous couple. You've seen those De Cares leave the previous ball, played outside the off stumps of the ball before. Slight overcorrection from Potts there, drifts into the stumps, into the pads, sorry. De Cares who clips it away beautifully. That new ball flies off his bat for 4 runs.
4 done, 11 for 1. Tight 3 slips in there. Watch how close they are together when you go on the stream. There's a short leg in place as well. Leg side on that. Will be leg bias. It couldn't be tighter though. Seriously couldn't be tighter.
Yeah, very, very tight. Little signal of 4 runs just to clarify that that was going over the rope from the pavilion. Leg buys onto Middlesex's total to 15.
Talk me through how tight they are there. You genuinely couldn't, without, I mean, it's close to being ridiculous as how tight they are at the moment. But if they were any tighter, it would be ridiculous.
Yeah, whichever way you stand, whether you stand tight or you stand wide as a cordon, it's a skill that takes a lot of group practice. The tighter you are, I mean, Durham slips here really aren't going to be catching anything outside the line of their body. So they pretty much know if it's coming straight to them that it will be theirs, and there's not much room for it to go in between. The wider slip cordons, obviously you then kind of have to work a little more outside your body. Generally though, teams do try to cover as much space as they can with their cordons. This one is quite tight for Durham.
And you can understand that. I think there was a match here last year. Was it Duckett? When one went between the keeper and slip, it might have been Eskenazi at slip for that one. Davies with the gloves on, and you know, a little bit of a gap there, and it happens, doesn't it? You know, sometimes they end up looking at each other. Was it yours? Was it mine? But on this occasion, it must be incredibly difficult to judge what that grey area is between yours and mine, and not so much the slip and keeper, but indeed second and third's probably the most difficult judgment.
Yeah, remember the incident you talk about. Duckett went on to get 100. It was actually a couple of years ago. It was John Simpson with the gloves on for Middlesex, and it went perfectly between him and Eskenazi. Obviously, John Simpson, one of the finest keepers on the county circuit, and generally that would suggest that the slips can go a bit wider, and you can trust the keeper to cover a bit more distance. But that time, keeper left it for slip. Slip wasn't expecting the keeper to leave it and hadn't moved either. Duckett ran away for 4, probably on a similar pitch to this one actually.
The keeper, there's little doubt if the keeper can get to it, you go for it as the keeper, don't you? Slip, it's gun barrel straight, it's whatever is coming to your hand, and therefore for Aldridge in front of slip, it's anything slightly to the left of slip there, to his left hand, anything to the left, it belongs to second. Probably the biggest area of doubt then would be between second and third. Is it yours or is it mine? Because it's such a fine line. Interesting, but you can argue it the other way as well, that this perhaps defines the roles clearer. It's your channel, it's your catch. Inside part of the bat for Holden on that, just a single to end the over. He'll keep the strike, 16 for 1.
I do think the catching at slip though is a common theme between all good sides in the longest formats of the game, whether county championship cricket or test cricket. The good sides generally have really, really good slip cordons, and sort of that old adage of the batter nicks it and they just know that they're going to be walking off. That unfortunately wasn't the case for Middlesex's fielding innings, where Gay was dropped at slip. But in general, the best teams do have very, very good slip cordons.
was thinking it was a Ben Rain thing, but actually they're pretty tight as well for pots. You can just see by the feet there's nothing between them. Dabbed away. Take two.
There's quite a decent example of that. You might say that line, if this were Middlesex fielding, that line may well have been fielded by the third slip, because Middlesex generally do have their slip position wider. So that ball has run to the left hand of Durham's third slip, who Kev, you're quite rightly saying is quite tight in terms of the line. But that may well be closer to being fielded. If it were Middlesex, clip round the corner there from Holden, up towards the grandstand for a single.
There's always a theory on something, isn't there? And it's whatever everybody's most comfortable with is probably the best answer and solution. But Durham have got their clear theory worked out here.
I think also dictated by the types of pitches you play on as well. If you play on a slightly faster, bouncier pitch, or one that skids through a bit quicker, you may be slightly finer as a slip cordon. And also with a pitch with a slightly more zip and carry, you would be slightly further back as well. So I think a lot of it would dictate on the pitches you're used to playing on. And I think the other bit to take into consideration here, as we always talk about every day, is the slope of the ground. And that obviously affects the line at which the ball you stand and the line where it's nicked as well. Durham with 3 slips. Middlesex's most successful bowler here over a number of years. Tim Murtagh would always want 3 slips and 1 and a gully for Lords. Durham just with the 3 slips.
Six done, 82 remain of the game, a minimum of 19 for 1. 118 is the deficit for Middlesex. The task is pretty much, you've got about 82 overs. We often talk about not letting bowlers bowl at you and you keep the run rate ticking, which of course Middlesex will want to do. They won't want to go into a shell, but the key figure in all of this now for the remainder of the game is the minimum overs remaining. 82, Middlesex will have to bat pretty much all of them.
You would think that at 118 deficit, probably another 35 overs for Middlesex to catch up to that and make the score back to 0, as it were. So that's another key marker to keep an eye on.
On away again, angle bat from Holden. Picks up the boundary as first.
Another caught on the crease. One here, similar length probably to the Robson one that he nicked behind. Holden will want to get further down the pitch to that and get forward. Slightly thick outside edge takes that away for 4 runs. Reduces the deficit that we were just talking about to 114. That's more like it from Holden down the pitch. Better stride in, defends that ball back down the wicket. But yeah, should Middlesex be able just to keep batting with an element of control that you talk about, you would expect that that deficit will be gone by the middle of the afternoon session. And that'll be that first target, sort of 2:40, 3 o'clock. Will be on the clock in terms of the time that it might take Middlesex to eat into this 114 run deficit.
There's a Durham game here, and I'm going to go for circa 2007, maybe 2008. Phil Mustard is potentially skipper of that side, and I think after tea on the final day they needed something like 140. It was a bit like today actually. It was a bit gloomy. Lovely shot. Offers the bat. Offers the middle of it. Oh, that was tight. Benefit of the doubt to the fielder on that one. I think with the effort he had to put in.
3 runs to Holden. Pretty close to being 4. Punched through the extra cover region, full of delivery from Rain. Fast bowler Potts. Well, Potts played a lot of cricket for England, and I suspect that one would have been dissected via VAR, by cricket's equivalent of VAR, third umpire. Touch and go on the rope, but got to, as you say, got to credit the enthusiasm there of the fast bowler midway through his opening spell himself, putting the yards in for Durham.
Yeah, I remember at tea that day it was a bit gloomy, and you thought, they're not going to come back out here. They've been off for whatever period of time, but 32 overs left, whether they were off for a period before. And that was back in the days where it was just the BBC commentator, and it was just me on my own. There wasn't an away commentator. I'd packed up the kit and had it in the car at tea, but was amazed that they even considered coming out to chase 140 after tea. Brief dart at it, and then it was all given up after about 5 overs or so. But obviously in this day and age, teams in 10 overs, teams will have not given up on many a target really, as you see with the T10, let alone a T20 nowadays. A short boundary here today, and that's why Middlesex will have to bat, you'd have thought, at least 70 of these 80 overs that remain from here. Seven bowls, 27 for 1. Oh, a lifter, a snorter, and a second wicket for Durham. He's found some real bounce there. De Carey's taking the bottom hand off, but that was a cracking delivery from Potts.
It was a beauty from Potts. Finds a bit of bounce. Not bounce that we've seen really from this surface, but that one did bounce at the Cares. More so, held its line on the slope, nicked through towards keeper Robinson. 27 for 2 Middlesex. Disappointment for De Cares.
Delight for Durham. Both the openers gone. There's still 45 minutes to lunch, just over. And here comes Lias Deploy. Biggest wicket of all, I think so. In line up at the moment, Higgins with that century in the first innings, that meant a lot to me. Usually look at Higgins and Deploy as perhaps the two biggest names in this side currently. Robson obviously has been an England Test player at the top. He was 87 in the first innings. De Carey's forging his way through as a young opener at the moment. Holden nailing down his place at number 3 in an England line again, hoping for gracer honours one day. But Deploy with an average of nigh on 50 in first class cricket, and Higgins the grit, as well as the guile and the talent and technique as well. Big Ed is also, but this will be the big one, and the skipper will know it. He'll be the one that they need to settle down today. First ball to Deploy then. Just the 2 slips for Deploy in the gully. There's a backward point. And here's Potts. Decent ball first up. Steers it well. Well pick up 4 for it. It's just short, but angle bat, soft hands, plays it late. Potts' face tells a story.
Middlesex will just be looking for a partnership here, just to take the sting out of it. We've seen Rain extract a little bit of sideways movement from the nursery end. Potts obviously getting delivery, first delivery of this over to De Cares to bounce a bit more than we've seen. Middlesex just hoping for Holden and Deploy to take a bit of a sting out of this initial opening burst from the Durham bowlers.
Shot. Good stop though by Potts.
We saw a great piece of fielding from Potts in the previous over off the bowling of Rain, and he's helped himself out there, having helped his mate out in the previous over. A good hand on that. It was a beautiful shot back up the ground from Holden. Single for Holden. Cut off by a backward point there. Looks like Ackerman on the field, a backward point. Sub fielder.
You've looked up that Durham match from 2006 where Durham were 220 for 7 in a drawn game at the end. I'm wondering now, bearing in mind this was 21 seasons ago now. I'm trying to for? End of the over, 31. Is it 31? It's not end of the over, 31 for 2. What are you looking at me for?
I was just questioning your maths again.
Yep, 21 seasons, count it. 20 years ago.
I thought you said
seasons.
2007 and then you said 21 seasons.
2006 was the game you found. Durham were 220 for 7 at stumps in that one. Target of 273. So it probably was that, and the scenario probably was that they required 140 more after tea rather than they required 140 in total. That is the end of the 8:31 for 2. It's the Durham side for that one. Jimmy Mayer, James Lowe, Gordon Mutchell, Dale Benkenstein, the captain, Ben Harmison, Gareth Breeze, Phil Mustard, keeper, the captain was Benkenstein there, Otis Gibson, Callum Thorpe, Graham Onions, whatever happened to him, Mick Lewis. About this from a bowling lineup from Middlesex though: Chris Silverwood, Chad Keegan, Scott Styrus, Johan Lowe, Chris Peplow the spinner, Sharon Dalrymple turning their arm over as well.
Just mentioned the name of one of the bowlers there as an overseas. Johan Lowe didn't really fire for Middlesex, did he? Had a good record elsewhere, but
he was a non-overseas at Northamptonshire, wasn't he? And then John Embry brought him down for whatever reason. He had to be an overseas when he was with Middlesex that year, and yeah, bless him, lovely man, just had a shocking season. I just remember it. He was always in the pool in the morning at the hotel the day before a game, and I thought, wow, that's dedication. Down for a swim in the morning before out to bowl all day long.
were you just getting in at that stage?
Waking up on the sun lounger. ...2006, where's it all gone? It's quite the lineup, Division 1, I mean that batting lineup. Ed Smith, Nick Compton, O.A. Shah, Ed Joyce, Jamie Dalrymple, both of, well, those, well, indeed they were all internationals, weren't they? Scott Styrus then international, Owen Morgan, again whatever happened to him. David Nash coming in at number 8 in that lineup, then Lowe, Keegan and Silverwood.
Lineup does just show the importance of the all-rounder in balancing the side. Middlesex able to have Scott Styrus batting at 6th there. Obviously a fantastic player for New Zealand over a number of years as well. I was talking to Marcus North, the Durham Director of Cricket this morning. He was talking about the importance of Casey Aldridge, who we saw get 99, bowls as one of your four-seamers. Middlesex have got that with Ryan Higgins as well, so really important role. Just got it up on your screen here, looking at the list of former teams that Scott Styrus has played for. There's one that's just caught my eye.
One of about 50, which is his current age.
Ghazi Tank Cricketers. Looks like it might be from one of those Legends Leagues, potentially. Pushed away by Holden off the back foot, diving stop there from Emilio Gay, but manages to parry it slightly closer to the boundary. 2 runs to Middlesex. The Gazzy Tank cricketers, it's a sort of cricket's equivalent of Total Network Solutions from the Welsh League.
He was built like a tank, wasn't he, Styrus?
That was the famous Jeff Stelling line, wasn't it? They'll be dancing in the streets of Total Network Solutions on Soccer Saturday.
Inside tickle on that, nothing signalling from the umpire.
Yeah, eyes on Ant Harris there, just at the bottom, but coming back into the screen, back into shot there. No pre-signal for him, so it must have been an inside edge, and indeed 1 run onto the Middlesex score. We'll see it again here. But yeah, thick inside edge from Duploy into the pad. Ball drops into the leg side, brings Holden onto strike.
So part of the bat there, they'll scamper a couple.
Hands on his knees for Potts. Head went up in the air after Holden got a thick inside edge on that one. To mid wicket for 2, takes his own score to 16.
Still looking back at that game in 2006, I can't see the overs for the fall of wickets, but for the score, at least, Middlesex followed on. 503 in their following in that game, 190 from Nick Compton. Scott Styrus at 84. Crucial partnership between those two. Styrus coming in at 6 in that lineup. But Durham chased then 273 to win, 220 for 7, as you said, Coley, when it came to an end in the 68th over. But they were 152 for 2, then 191 for 7, so lost a few there, but I reckon that was where they were throwing the bat after tea on that day. 220 for 7, even Otis Gibson not out on 24. There's Phil Mustard, he had 16 off 10 deliveries. No, 16 off 8 deliveries. Gibson 24 off 32 deliveries, so yeah, I reckon that they came out throwing the bat after tea that day to try and win it. Bowled 36 for 2 at Middlesex first innings. Saw the first class fifer for Graham Onion, second left there in shot, sat down the bowling coach. 5 for 45, and his 5 for were Smith, Compton, Shah, Owen Morgan, David Nash. Not a bad first 5. So skittled for 176 in reply to Durham's 407, leading to that follow-on of 503.
Change for Durham. Callum Parkinson into the attack. Introduction of some spin. 10 overs in. One of the things Durham have done is rotated their bowlers' ends. So you do wonder if Middlesex will see some more of Ben Rain, who might follow Potts from the top end, the pavilion end, as we look.
Brightened up a little bit out there. You don't quite detect it on that shot. It looks murky over the back, and that's all still to come this way, and we'll change things again. But it's the first time that the skies have just felt a little lighter. Oh, wow. Well, that would have been a hammer blow to fall in such a soft way.
You expect with a spinner bowling with the newer ball that this is going to skid onto your bat, but that one has just held on to deploy a touch there, just on the back foot, and just pushes it, falls short of Lee's, catching mid-wicket.
Oh no! We don't have to guess who it is, it's the youngster. Second bounce has done him.
Generally in this moment, one of the slips or the keeper is standing there shouting spin, 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 and that ball, as he's swept away by Duploy, always spins back behind square, and Robinson has been done by that spin. Bit like a screw back in snooker, sort of delayed after it hits the ball, and the spin takes hold and fizzes as that one did there.
I was going to say it was like a Jedi, just used the force and moved it. Our producer Dan is devastated that we didn't get enough snooker puns in yesterday, so I'm determined to get all the Star Wars references in today.
Clipped up from Deploy there up to long on for a single. Repeat there from Holden. I think, as I mentioned, one of the thoughts of Middlesex here was that in the first innings perhaps Parkinson was just allowed to bowl a little bit on day one. He finished innings 1 with 31 overs, 0 for 65. Middlesex already looking to be slightly more proactive. See that again, Deploy across his stumps, tries to clip it into the mid-wicket region. Parried by Lees. Down to McKinney at long on.
That's beautifully done. Boundary to finish the over. Holden a fine reverse sweep, but a strong sweeper as well.
Yeah, Deploy's sweep went behind square. Holden hitting that one more firmly. Took it slightly earlier. Hit that in front of square there. Very good sweep shot and a good over for Middlesex. 11 off it. Lead is now Durham's lead is now to 90.
Nice shot. Down the slope it goes, kicks up a little. Might be the AstroTurf protecting, or the mat protecting one of the tracks. He's up the 50 though.
Good running for Middlesex there to take 3. Both Holden and Duploy looking to assert themselves on this innings.
He's 7 years of age now, Potts. 11 tests, 36 wickets at 33. Picked up 6 in the match against Lancashire, the win at Chesley Street. 4 in the match at Bristol against Gloucestershire. 5 in the game against Kent.
He played in the Test match series in the Ashes this winter, didn't he? 1 test, and the Sydney Test, not for 141, but you would think he's going to be in the mix again for England. Seems suited to these English conditions. Able to extract some movement and some bounce, as we saw earlier on.
I was just about to say, bounce as we saw with the wicket with the Careys.
Sort of seemed to fall foul of England's theory of pace and bounce. In those Test matches, England sort of went for bowlers who were 85 miles an hour and tall, and got bowled out by bowlers similar to the style of Potts, you would say. You know, as you want. Potts is obviously able to bowl at good pace, but yeah, sort of more. The bowlers who took the wickets for Australia were slightly more pitch up and nip it around bowlers. Keeper standing up at times as well.
The Sunderland lad Potts, 292 wickets at 26, his first class record overall.
See, aged, as you say, 27. He's going to be in and around that England setup, you would think, for the next 5, 6, 7 years, as long as he stays injury free. The volume of international cricket that's played, you do need an army of fast bowlers.
Dots finish, 5 dots indeed to finish that over. 50 for 2. Pink jacket on the bowler's bar. Pink jacket and a pink shirt with the bacon and tie in there. Bacon and tie, the bacon and eggs. Settle down in the cheap seats. Bacon's at the other end though. Outside the line.
We touched on that proactivity in the previous over. Deploy here looking for a reverse sweep. Just outside the line, only just. That ball did spin back at him.
Sun. Don't see it many times today. This bank holiday Monday, so make the most of it.
Lovely feet there. Pushed down to McKinney at long on. for a single. Nicely played by Holden. Just worth keeping your eye on two left-handed batters here, but two different styles of playing Parkinson. Holden setting up there with his toes on off stump, taking an off stump guard, and happy to play from there. But just watch deploy here. Just keep your eyes on his movements. He's been very keen, so his toes are already outside off stump. Been very keen to get across even further. Beautifully played down the ground for one. But two left-handed batters, two different methods to play in the same bowler. 53 for 2 Middlesex. There's that change we touched on. Ben Rain following Potts from the pavilion end. 1 for 13 from Rain's 5 overs so far. That wicket of Robson caught behind by Robinson. Ollie Robinson. Positive leave there from Deployer. Touched on Deploy's footwork against the spin of Parkinson. A similar method here to Rain. Rain is round the wicket. You can keep your eyes on Deploy pre-delivery and where he looks to move to. Very much looks like he's trying to cover the line of his stumps.
Has he got him? He has. Deploy. Oh, well. I thought Deploy in resignation was ready to go, but he shows his disappointment. He doesn't feel he nicked it. Inside edge onto the pad, perhaps. Umpire Harris's finger has gone up.
Yeah, we may see a bit more wide on the crease there from Rain, who's round the wicket. Deploy thinks he's played inside the line of that and perhaps caught his pad on the way through. Walking down the pitch towards Rain. It looks like the bottom of his bat may have hit his right leg as he's gone through. Disappointment for Middlesex's captain. Goes for 15. Middlesex 53 for 3.
Just over 15 minutes to lunch on the final day. Ben Geddes makes his way out at 5. Disappointment for Deploy clearly, but Middlesex will have to shake that off. Ian Holden had just been settling things down. 15 and done for the skipper in this one. So it's over to the number 5, Geddes, who's a powerful, positive player. But it's time. You can imagine roughly what the conversation there was. Or is indeed. With Holden. But Rain 2 for 13. In his 6th over, 1 ball to come of it. A big danger here. The change of ends. Bringing the wicket.
So Geddes walks out there as well, having scored 0 in his first innings. Only lasted 3 balls against Rain. In that innings, 1 ball to navigate here.
Leave alone outside of the off stump to finish. 53 for 3. Here's the wicket.
Slow this one down as much as we can. There's plenty going on. It does look close to the edge there, doesn't it? But I think the front on angle as well. Might just be able to see Deploy hit his pad with the inside of his bat there.
You see the bat deflect away from the pad, don't you? The other end, as you say.
Flick back quickly there as Parkinson starts his over to Holden. But yeah, certain disappointment from the Middlesex captain. .53 for 3 after 15 a maiden.
face rain now, and tails up through to lunch. Change direction on that flag today. It's been fluttering in the other direction. Pennant, I should say, above the grandstand. It's been pushed away from the west, slightly over the back of the media centre for this one, more towards the east. The northeast indeed. It's a northeast storm blowing up here behind rain. Down the slope high as well.
So a key 45 minutes or so of cricket here for Middlesex to navigate. 12 minutes here before lunch on day 4. And then you'll say there'll be another big sort of half an hour spell after lunch where you'd expect rain and pots to probably go again after the lunch break. So a really, really key 45 minutes to an hour of cricket.
Deflection just pushes it the wrong side of mid-off, and Potts retreating. Lee, sorry, retreating. Take a single.
Bowling coach Graham Onions just with Callum Parkinson there. Director of Cricket Marcus North on the right. Just talking tactics for this period, this 10 minutes before lunch. Clip from Holden, just up to Parkinson off the boundary there. 55 for 3 Middlesex from 16 overs. About 9 minutes till that lunch break.
Across. Max Holden, you can see all the stumps behind him there.
We spoke about it, Holden taking an off stump guard there, back, and a across. Pretty full ball to be going back to, perhaps you might say, but well outside the line. Full toss there. Holden just punches it down to mid-on, who's now up saving the single. McKinney at mid-on.
Striking on the ball at wicket there, Lees.
Well taken single there from Holden. Final ball of the over. Takes his score to 24. Middlesex 56 for 3.
Hampshire 201 for 8 against Glamorgan at the Utilita Bowl. 121 behind with just the 2 wickets standing now. Hampshire, big win that for Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire 36 without loss. They required just 37 runs to win at Grace Road. Leicester all done for 254 in their second dig. Somerset are 51 for 3, which is a mini recovery. They'll require another 209 to beat Yorkshire at Taunton. They were 21 for 3. Vaughan 4, Lammonby 4, James Rue with 2. Thomas 21 and Abel 20, the 2 not out. Feels like a big game for the season though for Somerset, Yorkshire. A tricky start, but racked up 371 in their second dig. So 208 more to win for Somerset. Sussex 169 for 6. They still trail Surrey by 95 runs in their second innings. 4 wickets standing. Derbyshire 97 for 7, requiring another 287 more to beat Kent at Canterbury. Big win that for Kent if they can see it through.
Nicely played from Holden, just clips it into the mid-wicket region for a single. Geddes on to strike. Geddes will be looking for a score here, averaging in the mid-20s at the moment this season. Only one score taking him beyond 50. Will certainly be looking to take some time out of the game here in the middle. Just seen that short ball from Rain. 2 fielders posted back. Emilio Gage standing just in front of square leg there. McKinney down at... No, it's not McKinney, sorry. I think McKinney's now in at slip. 2 fielders out there for Durham. Geddes known to be keen to play his pull shot. And 2 fielders set back for it.
Seven for 318 bowled in this innings. One more before lunch.
Racing through this over here, Parkinson. Still only says 59 on our clocks, and we know, as we said, that the clock in the ground has been probably slightly behind, so Holden will be looking to slow this down. 3 balls remaining.
About on that for Parkinson. Lots of hands on heads.
Did bounce. Day 4 always going to be a little bit for the spinner to bowl into. A little bit of rough, and that one has bounced at Holden. McKinney just coming up here from mid-on. He'll just come into your shot now on the left-hand side. He's going to go around the corner, I think, at leg slip. Just for that delivery again. Be the last ball before lunch here. It has just ticked round to 1 o'clock on our clocks, but all eyes on umpires Saggers and Harris here after this delivery. It looks like everyone's pretty happy. That's the end of the morning session.
Yep, looks like it. Off they go. 57 for 3 then, so Middlesex still trailing by 80. 69 overs remaining today. It's a day to bat out for Middlesex. They probably need to bat, as we said, the best part of 60 more of these 69 overs to see this one safe. So through the afternoon and an hour at least of the evening session, you'd have thought. But Geddes just the 5 deliveries for his one. Holden holding things together. 62 deliveries for his 25. Least deploy. The last to go a little unlucky by the looks of it on the replays. He certainly didn't feel he hit it. So we'll be back in just under 40 minutes. The live stream here from Lords from Middlesex. Thanks to Alan Coleman, Director of Cricket at Middlesex, for joining me this morning. From myself, Kevin Handel. See you in a little while. The stream here at Lords brought to you in association with Daffodil.
competitions.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, ball,
Catch,
throw.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Afternoon once more. Welcome back to Lords. Second session of the final day. 69 overs remain of this game, and Durham in a good position here. 57 for 3, Middlesex trailing by 80. They need to bat the best part of these two sessions. And the first bowl for Luke Robinson after lunch. Give him a dart with this new ball, bit of pace down the slope. Into the match because of the injury to Kemar Roach. Hamstring injury forcing him out of the game. And first morning, real blow for Durham, but everybody delighted now we have this replacement. Let's make sure the contest remains balanced. Pretty well balanced overall. If it was a 5-day game, you'd still say that all results possible, but obviously with the time left, there's only 2 now. The Durham win or the draw, so Middlesex battling away here for 8 points. Durham battling for the 16. Couple off the bat, the first off the bat after lunch. Tumble for Robinson, but he's okay. Solid defence to finish. 61 for 3. this will be a good contest. Parkinson against Holden. Middlesex's best player has been deploying Holden. Deployed the last to fall, so a job here for Holden to do. There was one just before lunch that got big on Holden. This one has as well. Yeah, a bit of bounce past. Fine of short leg before lunch. This one in front of the short leg fielder. .61 for 3. 50 last up at Northamptonshire for Geddes. Holding in fine fettle across the last few seasons. So another one for Robinson. It was good from Rain and from Potts before lunch. So got Aldridge to turn to as well. The man who made 99 in Durham's first innings. Nice shot. .63 for 3, just a couple of singles off the over. Lees and Parkinson with a natter. Still bright enough at the moment, not as dark as it was the first hour this morning. It got a little brighter in the second hour, but threat of showers circa 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Another one with a bit of bite. Well run. That's at least 9 dots in a row for Parkinson. So look at the right-handed Geddes now for a couple of balls. So Middlesex can forget about the light or forget about the rain. They've just got to look at the match situation. 65 remain. I reckon 55 more they need to bat. That might not even be enough. That would still leave, at this run rate, circa 75 off 10. So maybe a little bit closer to 60. Take a few more overs out of it. You lose 2 for the change of innings, of course, but even if it was 75 to win off 5, they'd come out and go for it for sure. 23 bowls, 64 for 3. Now, of course, you can hide a ball here at Lord's, even though there is the very short boundary. You keep it outside off. Keep it straight to the left-handers. Whatever needs to be done. Straight to the right-handers, indeed, if the bowling's from the pavilion end, but Durham undoubtedly, if they had 5 overs to go after something, 5 to 10 overs, they would come out and go after absolutely anything here. Well, the youngster backs the decision to throw him the ball after lunch. Straight through, down the slope it goes. And down the slope for 4. Just enough width on this one for Holden to go with it. Ooh, kept a fraction low. Only for 4 though. Let's have a look at these pitches. Roughly outside leg. And then, goodness me, yeah, nearly slipped through. Wasn't ready, bat was on the floor. I think he was adjusting his glove. This is the one, now watch where it pitches, so it's pitched almost on a 3rd leg stump, and goodness me, that was so close to getting through. Holden with the toe end of the bat. In the game, Aldridge slid one through, nearly slid one under there. 72 Parkinson, apologies. 72 for 3. Robinson as well. It was a long lunch interval or a short one. I don't know which one. All a bit of a rush. Then again, if you'd have had to spend your lunch with those two, you'd be feeling a bit groggy as well. Guy Swindles and Martin Emerson in the TMS box next door. They're asleep. Guy's talking whilst he's got his head down. Big Star Wars fans, the pair of them. Darth Vader and Master Yoda. The commentary box next door. I'll let you decide which is which. There's Luke Skywalker. .72 for 3, 25 bowled. Another beaut. Robinson's enjoying the pavilion end at the moment to Holden, sliding it across the left-hander. It's a good angle. We're touching on this in the Durham innings as well. If the ball isn't doing a massive amount, which it isn't at the moment, that swing we saw in the first Middlesex innings, huge amount of seam movement on this one. Just the angle across the left-hander with the slope here from over the wicket creates a natural problem. Good line, good length again. It's the challenge here for Holden. And drawn into that, Holden. Robinson's just got a really good line going here at the moment. Was the length there for it? Unusually for Holden, the feet weren't moving. 72 for 3. .73 for 3. Steady going is of course for Middlesex at the moment. Durham just need to keep on the lines and lengths they've been on, persevering as best they can. Beautiful stroke. Lovely boundary for Geddes. Solid again. And straight drive, giving chase Rain and the skipper Lees. Pulled hard. Just the single though, 80 for 3. Middlesex ticking off these overs as they must. How close was it? It's another boundary. In the air for a long while, but falling just fine at the fielder as well. Glorious shot from Geddes. .49 the deficit now. Three and over from here, then that would be about for best part of 50. Then looking at 100 off 10 Durham. Let's chase to win it. Dabbed down by Geddes. Just got right in behind it. A fuller ball, was it? Happy enough? Blast time nearly here. There'll be a big part of that side, these two. Spitfires on the 22nd here at Lord's, the first blast game for Middlesex. That a Friday night, sorry, then on the 24th on a Sunday. Both games are double headers. 88 for 3 after 29. Now, Potts. It was good from Robinson, the pavilion end. Skidded a few across Holden. 2 slips. Deepish gully. Deep point back for the punch of Holden. 6-3 fields, 88 for 3. For 3, he's on to 40 Holden. Right arm over, down the slope going off to leg, but he was a fair way across here, Geddes. He's a little unlucky with one in the first innings, he'd have been very unlucky with that one as well. Slope always taking it down. Skids through. Oldham into the 40s, having hit 32 in the first game against Gloucestershire, 25 and 40 against Worcestershire, and 1 on 86 at Northants. '29 this December, Max Holden. Said he used to listen to the Middlesex commentaries as a kid. How old do I feel right now? 90 for 3. St John's ambulance in the background there. The Warner stand. track, a long way down the track, which poses a problem for the umpire. Nice saggers at this end for the second innings. Keep an eye on those stumps. There's inside edge. Well, never mind how far down the track he was. There's a big chunk of wood involved in that one. Hampshire hanging on against Glamorgan. They're 240 for 8 now. Ben Brown with 88. Yusuf with him unbeaten on 14 from 59 balls. Curry made 25 from 70. Brown's been there for 207 minutes trying to defy Glamorgan. Oh, too high. Just a single off it, 91 for 3. Nottinghamshire have beaten Leicestershire by 10 wickets. 77 without loss. Slater with 52 off 55 and Hamid 22 off 37. Hold back onto strike. Robinson had managed to push a few through nicely against him. I'm sure Potts will look to do the same now across the left-hander. That's well done. Partnership moves to 40. 107 balls. And if they can take it from a partnership of 40 to a partnership of 80, then Middlesex close to parity at that point. That's one of the targets. Can they whittle off this 44 and then start to build a lead to make sure that the game is safe? Too bowled, 93 for 3. So, Hampshire have lost a ninth, 241 for 9. Yusuf's gone, bowled Hadley for 15, Brown 88 still there, and only Sonny Baker to come. So fine of the fielder. For more, he's on to 45, Holden. Big stride across. It's a backward square as well. A gully back there, but in front of him. 3 around the bat, the leg slip and the short leg. We saw the bit of bounce that Parkinson was getting earlier. Not to bounce. Three bowled, 98 for 3 here. Somerset have lost another one at Taunton in their pursuit of 100 and 260 indeed to beat Yorkshire, who fought back well at Somerset. The hosts are 100 for 4. Thomas with 43. Thomas Rue with him on 6. Abel falling. Courthill bowled Bess. Bess's second wicket. So 100 for 4. A couple for Hill, a couple for Bess. So still 160 required there. Sussex 227 for 7. Tia has 61, Robinson 18. Sussex still trailing Surrey by 37 with 3 wickets remaining. Hardy few in today. Not the warmest out there, not too cold either. Temperature's starting to become a little bit milder now. But not the glorious sunshine we've seen some of the rounds in recent weeks. 24 degrees just the other day in London. Pulled hard and pulled for 4. 50 up for Holden. He holds up his bat around the ground. Much needed 50 this. 105 deliveries, 7 fours, 124 invaluable minutes for Middlesex. Really well controlled, over the top of it. Powered through. Back-to-back 50s. Second innings at Northamptonshire and now second innings here at Lords. .65 in the first innings for Holden as well. So 3 50s in a row. Can he go bigger? That's the 50 partnership. Crucial one here. 74 minutes, 120 balls. Holden dominant in terms of the strike rate, scoring, but also the number of balls faced. Scott's finish, right? 3 for 3. Ray the snapper on the move. The last game to tell you about is Derbyshire, 144 for 9. 240 away from their victory target. Lewis Rees 55, Bashir with him on 8, but Kent closing in on victory at Canterbury. Northamptonshire top of the pile in Division 2 at the moment with their first win of the season. 3 draws, 65 points. Lancashire second, 60 points. Durham third, 57, having played 1 game fewer. Worcestershire fourth, 55 from 4. Then Middlesex 38 from 3. Derbyshire 25 from 3, Gloucestershire 24 from 4, and Kent 21 from 3. Hampshire propping them up in Division 1 at the moment. That could change though with Yorkshire's match against Somerset. Hampshire on the verge of defeat against third bottom Glamorgan. And Leicestershire, 2 draws from their opening 4, 2 defeats. This is their second defeat. Oh, 5 for 3. Only 6 for 3. 53 remain today. Tea set at 3:40, so we're an hour away from it. There we go. Now to tea. 16 overs. Circa. It's to be 37 left after tea. Keep going at 3 and over in this 16. Then 48 along. They'll be leading by, let's say, 17 with 37 remaining. Again, still going to have to bat 30 of those 37, you'd suggest. $100 off 10, there or thereabouts. Durham would be going for it. So there's plenty to do here still. Looking for a couple. Back they come. Quite doing as much this ball in the second innings for Durham as it was in the Middlesex first innings. Slow ball, 108 for 3. Putting up outside leg, wide signalled. We'll get through for one extra. Now Parkinson. Oh wow. 24 the deficit now. Middlesex will start to feel a little bit more comfortable when the lead is garnered. Oh, good stop. Let's finish the over. 7 off it with the wide, which resulted in the extra run on top of that as well. 115 for 3, so 22 they trail. Scores elsewhere. Glamorgan have completed their win by an innings and 69 runs. Brown bowls Van Gutten for 96, the last to go. Means Hampshire bottom with 25. Actually, it hasn't updated just yet, but Hampshire will indeed remain bottom. Glamorgan pull away and up above Leicestershire, potentially above Surrey and Essex, and Sussex as well. It depends how it goes at the Oval, where Sussex are 249 for 8, trailing by 15 now. But Tair's gone for 61. Bowled Topley, Robinson there on 37. And at Somerset, 118, 119 for 4, 141 more to win. 51 Thomas now at the top, Rue with him on 17. Leicestershire beaten by Nottinghamshire by 10 wickets at Grace Road. Kent have won as well against Derbyshire, 225 run victory for Kent at Canterbury. Starting to take shape at the end of this round. "19 points separating these two, Durham having won 2 of their 3 and drawn 1. Middlesex a win, a defeat and a draw in their 3 so far. Good to see this out for a second draw. Nicely bowled around the wickets, the left-hander angling in, but the slope angles away, as this ball did. As we said this morning, this is bubbling up for what will be a very good 5-day game. Middlesex trailing by 22 with 7 wickets remaining. It could have been a belter this over 5 days, but as it is, Middlesex will just have to mind their work and make sure it's a draw over 4. Division 1, Nottinghamshire climbed to the top, 67 points, 2 wins and 2 draws. Warwickshire 55 points, a win, a defeat and 2 draws. Somerset third, that game on a knife edge. Yorkshire at the moment slipped to the bottom because of Hampshire's bonus points being added to the live table. They're on to 26. Max Holden is on to 61. Nice steer. For 3. So Glamorgan's win propels them to 4th in the championship now. 50 points, 5 behind Warwickshire, 17 behind the leaders Nottinghamshire. But the big question is that Somerset-Yorkshire game. Will Yorkshire climb off the bottom, or will Somerset climb to the top tonight? Thought Surrey will see that home against Sussex, which will see Surrey settle in somewhere in that 2nd, 3rd or 4th spot. Somerset's 1, 2, 3, side. Possibly high. And he may have got back on it as well. But other than that, much inside of the bat there though for Geddes. Hands rightly on heads on this occasion. 120 for 3, one to come of the over. Geddes on to 23. Just a little change up here. Mid wicket's being brought in closer. Deep square and long leg back. It'll be the bluff. Nope. And it's steered fine for 4. Very well played by Holden. He moves to 66. Geddes 23. Middlesex pushing along now. These two came together 71 runs ago. It's 124 for 3.
That's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
I'm 2-4 for 3 then. 39 bowled. Second new ball 41 overs away, but then there'll only be 7 8s thereafter, and you have to lose 2 for the change of innings. By that point, you really are down to the bare bones. You have to keep it very tight if you're relying on a second new ball here, which is part of the thinking about why they batted on this morning, and just take that second new ball to try and knock it over tonight. But for me, the pressure would have really built yesterday evening. If they could have come off with 1, even maybe even 2. Still the chance here, of course, to do it well short of any second new ball, but if it does get that far, then I'd imagine hands may well have been shaken already by that point. 3 back for Geddes. That line that you can see there, long leg, deep backward square and deep mid wicket. Deep point back as well, slip, deep gully just in shot, cover mid off, mid on. Rate 3.2 nearly, just being slowed with that Fields. Single there. 125 for 3 then get us 24. Holden 65, 12 now the deficit. And 35 minutes to tea. Two for 21 from 9 for Rain. Got an early burst going. Oh, that gets away. Deficit is down to single figures. Leg by signalled. Well, the ball after it came down to single figures in the deficit very nearly. Let's have a look how much this moves. For a moment I thought he had nicked it. On to 9 for 3. First bowl for Casey Aldridge in this innings. I thought Robinson bowled with a bit of threat to Holden after lunch, but slightly on the expensive side. A sighter there for Aldridge. Ease his way into this one. Another good shot from Holden. Boundary. Bring Middlesex to within a boundary of moving level with Durham. So the deficit is 4. 3-3 for 3. 7 wickets standing, pretty decent ones as well. Higgins, Cracknell, Zafar Gohar, Bosch, Roman Jones and Morgan. The bottom 2 will change positions there, but it's a lot of batting should it be required for Middlesex. They would hope it would not. Two slips in play, second just a little wider now for Geddes. Oh, I was just about to say they're nowhere near last throw of the dice territory, Durham. Yeah, 2 to the scoreboard now, and it's very interesting, but in this situation you're almost thinking they're 2 or 3 at any given stage, because pressure will build. and then it becomes a scramble. Middlesex will think 3 down. Hand shaken just before 5 this evening. Well, that was what he was looking for a moment ago. Open face, not going to make the boundary, but it will bring a couple. Lovely ball, big wicket. Just approaching tee on the final day. Geddes' defiance ended. 26 to his name, but rain with a third. Durham's 4th of this innings, angling in towards off and nipping away down that slope. Lord's doing its thing. To carries like that one in the first innings. He's picked up Robson, and Geddes like it in the second. On for 26 from 74. Middlesex 135 for 4.
There it is. Oh, he's bowled in.
That is an absolute beauty.
He's got it.
Last of the top 6, Ryan Higgins. Still some top batters to come for Middlesex. They got a long way down, so won't be too perturbed just yet. But just before tea, they'll have to be a little wary here of a wobble. Centurion in the first dig. Out to meet Holden with his 3 50s in a row for Middlesex. Still behind, 4 down. 43 overs in. Can these two take it somewhere towards 55, 60 overs? 17 more off this. It'll be 28 remaining. Try and see themselves into a position of this ball getting ever softer, and indeed those still to come should they be required. Holden to have strike again, though. That was the last ball of the 43rd. Resist the tempter. Slip in a gully. Deep cover. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg. Missing the deep square as well as long leg there. In next, padded up, Joe Cracknell. Peter Fulton, the head coach. Watching the stream, no doubt. He's got an ear pod in the other ear. Bring Higgins on to strike for the first time. 70 now for Holden. .36 for 4. Now, Glamorgan have beaten Hampshire by an innings and 69 runs, propelling them up the table and pushing Hampshire down to the bottom with Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire top, 10-wicket win at Grace Road. Somerset 146 for 6 now. They require another 114. Thomas has gone for 47, Roo's gone for 30, Smead and Overton together. Squeaky bottom time in Taunton. You'd certainly imagine a pub called Squeaky Bottom in Somerset, wouldn't you? Sussex have lost their ninth. They're 2-7-2 for 9. Haynes 19 and Crocombe yet to get off the mark. They lead by 8 against Surrey at the Oval. And Kent have beaten Derbyshire by 225 runs at Canterbury. Going to build to the stunning finale. It's hard to see Sussex holding on for another half of the day really at the Oval, barring light or rain intervening there. Similarly here, you could have light or rain interrupting later, but Middlesex 4 down. They'll fancy their chances of batting out another 35 or so overs from this position. But at Taunton, 113 runs now to win for Somerset with 4 wickets standing, but 2 new batters at the crease in Smeed and Overton. Smeed was 36 not out in the first innings. Overton made 1. Gregory 15, he's still to come. Pretorius made 3 in the first innings, an odd ball 0. Between Smeed, Overton and Gregory in particular, you'd say there was still a chance. But of the 3 games still standing in the County Championship this Bank Holiday Monday, this is the one that looks the most likely to be there right to the end. Middlesex will hope for a tame handshake at the end of it all, but Durham will very much retain hopes of a clatter. Side. .136 for 4. 43 overs remain of the match. Umpires having a chat about something here. What's going on? Right in the middle, some chatter about something. Well, what could that natter have been about with the umpires? They're in position, the batters are not, and the bowler's only just taken his cap off, but there was a long thought about it. It's Aldridge now taking now caps going on everywhere. Aldridge cap going back on, Parkinson cap going back on, there's rain. Now so McKinney, is it spin only? The umpires have said it didn't feel like the light was that bad. Slightly surprised, but the message may have just been delivered from the umpires. It's spin only. It's time to run out on Durham in this game. Middlesex still behind by 1, but 6 wickets standing. So a bit of leg spin from young McKinney. The bowls, nice from McKinney, and played Higgins. Fancy flicks from McKinney, mind that ball. Well, he lands them nicely, McKinney. Very good from McKinney. Maidens begin, 136 for 4. He's made a right mess of his top there, hasn't he? Now it's Potts, so what was that all about with regards to... So what was that all about? For McKinney, was it just a discussion in terms of a change of ends? Umpires were perhaps telling him get on with it. Maybe he was just turning his bowlers around. We'll see. No, Parkinson it will be. Again, it doesn't feel inside the ground as though the light's deteriorated massively. Indeed, there are some brighter skies on the way. You can see it's broken up in the distance, but it really doesn't feel as though it's deteriorated a lot. But it appears as though the umpires may have intervened here and said spin only. See that silhouetted block in the distance there. Some red lights peeking up from the top of them, I must admit. Sorry, need 14 to win at the Oval. Sussex all out for 277. Crocombe was LBW to Fisher for 4. Somerset 152 for 7. Overton is out. Port Lythe bowled route for 2, 152 for 7. They need another 108 to win. Gregory and Smead together, it feels as though that is likely to be the defining partnership. Scores level, gets a ripple of applause, 137 for 4. Oh, have another look at that. McKinney on because it seems as though the seamers have been told the light's not good enough, and very nearly. Oh, leading edge. Yeah, Middlesex have the lead. Every run now will just feel that little bit better for Middlesex. Could have deployed, would have been a big blow to them earlier. He didn't fancy that he'd hit it. Geddes with a little nick, he surely did the last one to go. So we have an over to tee, I reckon. Maybe 2 if they're very quick. 139 for 4. If it is a case of we can only stay on if Durham bowl the spinners, then even let's say they were to take 6 wickets in this over, then surely Middlesex just come out and put on the seamers and we can't play. The good news for Durham on that front is there are brighter skies. Around, it's a bit grim to the north, a bit better to the south. The west doesn't look too bad. Quite sure what's behind the media centre. It has been a bit of a funny one today, the wind. Nice shot. I feel good for holding. So, that is tea on the final day. 39 overs remain. The lead is 7, 6 wickets standing, but really crucially right now is the light. As we suspected it may well be. There's a threat of a shower around in the next hour or so. Smiles at the moment for Middlesex. You'd thought it will remain that way, but Durham will hope that for an immediate resumption after tea, potentially the quick straight back on. And if they can rattle through a few quickly, then it could be a nervous hour or two for Middlesex to bat out tonight. But join us back in under 20 minutes here. We'll find out. The stream live here at Lords from Middlesex comes to you in association with Daffabet.
Action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. Fully welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, ball,
Catch, throw, try it all.
it's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.
Well, good evening everyone, welcome back to Lords. 39 overs remaining of this game, a minimum of. Clip through the onside. Well, there's the scene. A lot of grey stuff's actually passed through. Let's check where that's coming in from. There's been a slightly different wind today. Umpires having a chat again. We've not seen, or I haven't seen, a light meter reading taken in this game. We could be off. We are off. That's it. And you'd imagine that's going to be it for the game. Very difficult to see how they get back on. It's the first time, I think, that a light meter reading has been taken in this match. Rain on day 2 and they went off. They went out there for a long while on day 1, which I thought was very good, but that light meter reading now probably signals the end of the match. And shame really, Middlesex, Durham would feel at the moment, you know, they're in a good position, but again, if it were a 5-day game, Middlesex would say, well, you know, with the 6 wickets they could have got whatever together and gone and bowled them out themselves. So pretty finely poised overall. If that is the end of the game, then I think both sides will reflect on those drop catches. 2 for Durham, Middlesex 3, twice Beddingham. Either side of lunch yesterday. Gay early on as well, but Robson early in the Middlesex innings. Higgins as well on his way to the century. So catches win matches, and well, both sides dropped them. So it's a draw here at Lords. Middlesex 1-4, 6 for 4. Well done to them avoiding anything today. Durham are in a huddle at the moment, and I wonder, does that mean that they have perhaps called quits on it themselves at this stage and just one final talk before heading off? But if we are back here at Lords, then the stream will of course kick into life for whatever remains. But there was just a little huddle before they went up the steps there at Durham, so that may well be that for the game. Shame really, because obviously you like to see it go through to the very last, and whether Durham would have been able to force a little wobble, a few nerves on this final evening. Middlesex would see it the other way, with Holden going extremely well on 77 and Higgins, the centurion of the first innings, still with him. So as we walk off, there were 39 overs remaining, of which we're losing overs instantly. 38 it was, of course, because he had one after the interval. That's Meg out there in place of Carl, having a chat with the umpires. But a lead of 9, so yeah, we could be back can see that strong wind blowing the pennant. And over the back, I will say it is a little bit lighter over the back of the media centre. So seeing the immediacy though, and we're losing time already, and just suggest the game needed all the time that it could get as well, as we were only just really into the third innings of the match. But 146 for 4. If not, thanks for your company. We'll be back with the stream here at Lords in 2 weeks for the Derbyshire match, and then for Middlesex it's Lancashire on Friday. You can pick that one up via the stream, which will be on the Middlesex website. And as for Durham, well, they'd have been targeting leaping up the table with this one had they been able to force something through this evening, but not so. So instead it'll be off to Worcester on Thursday evening for the game at New Road Friday morning, if that is it here. It may not be yet. Do join us back if you can. If not, thanks for the company, and we'll see you next time. Well, that's it, folks. It's just been called match drawn here at Lord's. Sadly, the bad lights bringing an early end to it. Middlesex would have thought, well, it would have been a couple of hours of just batting out the draw anyway, but Durham would have hoped to have wrapped up a few wickets and got going. Not to be on this one. The light intervenes at the end. Middlesex batting out that final day in pretty good fashion overall. Thanks for your company on the stream. So it's Worcestershire at New Road on Friday for Durham. It's Middlesex off to Manchester to face Lancashire. For myself, Kevin Hand, and everybody else that brought you the stream here at Middlesex, it's a very good evening to you all.
action.
All the fun and all the games.
They all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone.
All over the country.
Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads.
Skills,
Friendships, smiles, dreams.
it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it.
All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time.
Always.
Surf, board,
Catch,
throw.
try it all.
It's time to go all in, all together.
And it all starts with All Stars.
All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
And that's a big moment in the match. Here and now 365. Amplifying brands in the UK.